It is 7:38 in the dawn on October 7th for overcast. Hmm.
Cool.
Thought probably could have went further. Why didn't it? And the fact that I tried to write it instead of speak it. just won't die. Sometimes an angel's finished product for a solution, product, service, lostness address. Sometimes the finished product for the cat park or getting the potholes and cigarette butts taken care of. Oftentimes, you build a home with materials found nearby. Therefore, it leaves an opening for the serf and the urchin, or the goat, or the sheep, or the powers that be, or the manipulators, to point a finger at all the physical 1, 2, 3 toy boat portions of the solution and say, it was the pier block, it was the fresh spring water, it was the fact that we painted the triangle facing east. It was because Brad was there. Everybody will look at the solution and try to pick it apart and find the physical 1, 2, 3 earth portion of it, the one they can control and replicate. They'll try to find that and say that that is the special sauce that makes your solution work. And then they'll miss the point. So a person can look at how you fix the potholes or the national debt or money in politics or money in general. And they can say, well, you just solved X problem by doing Y thing, which people have already proposed in the past. But that's not the point. The point is people talk and they talk and they talk and they talk and they don't do a goddamn thing ever. And then even if people did want to, other people stop them from doing things. Nobody has a vested interest in talking about solutions for the national debt or the potholes or the cigarette butts or the bags of dog shit on the side of the sidewalk or the price of baby formula or the price of childcare. Everybody wants to tell you about how they're going to vote for the right politician that will release the right funds, that will allocate those funds to committees, that will allocate those funds to NGOs, that will misimplement those funds on things like the Waldo Community Action Partners Dash bus that doesn't even have a bench or a sign at the Custom House bus stop. So it's a thankless job because when you find out a solution for various social concerns, people always want to point at the person that made the asphalt or the person that made the Roomba that goes around the streets picking up all the cigarette butts. They want to credit the guy that made the machine that takes apart the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. But nobody's looking at treating the cause, only treating the symptoms. Nobody wants to actually solve the problem once and for all. Everyone's just fascinated by ways that people mitigate circumstances, ways that people cope with circumstances, manipulate circumstances, and polishing turds. So an angel might listen to you gloating about all the wonderful things that you did together with them and then say, that's not the point. They might listen to you say all the things you say and say, they might respond to you and say, but that's not the point. That's not the point. It doesn't matter why you're dressed as a tiger. Have you got my leg? Jason Bourne doesn't do random. Angels don't do small talk. But that leads to the other conundrum, you see, because when you teach a man to fish, that's not how it goes. There's another problem that arises, you see, when you teach a man to fish, it it goes right on Tuesday, but then on Wednesday they don't catch any fish and then they come back. And then on Thursday something goes wrong with the rod and they come back. And then on Friday they're just sad and they don't think that they're doing it right and they want you to come with them on Saturday. When sheep and goats and serfs and urchins miss the point, when they don't get the moral of the story, they focus on the physical circumstances that brought them success and they try to commune with the angel to find out how they did it. When sometimes it's let your conscience be your guide, sometimes it's mind over matter. And they just keep looking at the matter and saying it has to be the Snicker bar, it has to be the wristbands, it has to be the brand of deodorant. What's your secret? What's your secret sauce? But the squeaky wheel gets the grease and no good deed goes unpunished. So if these sheeps and urchins are looking for attention and that's how they value things, if everything is about attention and validation, then when you create a solution for a problem, like making sure that nobody ever, 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 ever throws a cigarette butt on the ground ever, 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 there's draconian methods, there's suggestions, there's consequences. Everyone knows you're not supposed to throw a McDonald's bag full of wrappers out of your window going 70 miles per hour on the freeway. But what you going to do? What are they going to do about it? How are we going to hold each individual accountable? If nobody wants to do the right thing solely because they don't have to do the right thing, then what kind of an earth are we creating for ourselves and each other? So when an angel creates a solution that fixes the potholes or abortion, and everybody misses the point and says, but how are we going to pay for it? How are we going to convince everybody? How are we going to work around the dissenters? That's not the point. The point is that most people don't like potholes. Most people don't like cigarette butts on the ground. And most people don't like it when politicians use money as an excuse to not prevent preventable suffering of persons on earth with opposable thumbs. But what you gonna do? If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Some people can't afford to eat. Other people are told they can't afford to live. So you may teach a man to fish, and he will think that you have a knack for fishing. You might teach a woman to sew, and she might think you have a knack for sewing. If you think heaven is in the sky, the birds will precede you. If you think heaven is in the oceans, the fish will precede you. Everybody just keeps missing the point. The point is to believe in yourself. The point is to just be yourself and to give it a shot. Maybe lots of people are good at one specific thing, really, really good at one specific thing, but maybe you can be a jack of all trades as well. That means you can't do everything perfect. You can just know how everything can be done perfect. So just because there are brutes that can do one thing perfect, and there are other people that can figure out how to do lots of things perfect, doesn't make one better or worse than the other. We need a David and a Goliath. We need a strong man and we need sensitive people. We need a tall man to see above the trees and we need a short man to see underneath the wagons. But when the sheep and the urchins and the goats and the serfs see the solutions that angelic beings can make, they they discard the messenger and they discard the message and they keep the results and they study the results and they try to replicate the results with their own message and with their own messengers. They discard the messenger, they discard the message, and they just focus on the results, the physical outcomes. And they try to regenerate those outcomes by focusing solely on the outcome and not on the circumstances that led to the outcome because they have physical earth minds. They don't believe in magic. So they think that the only way towards success is to roll up your sleeves. They don't believe that a positive attitude has any effect on the outcome of their situations. But the double slit experiment is the most simplest explanation of determining that observation affects outcome. It's like, duh, idiot, kind of Homer Simpson stuff. The double slit experiment just proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that something as simple as a little dot going left or right can be affected by whether or not you view it with your eyes or view it with the camera. But what if it's like the Sabbath phone? What if this is a new double slit experiment? What, like the Sabbath phone, because if you know it's being filmed, then you know it's being filmed. If you know the camera's recording, you know the camera's recording. But what if you didn't? What if the camera randomly turned off at different intervals and you were still required to study it on and off, but you didn't know whether or not it was on or off? You didn't know whether or not it was recording. If you know it's recording, then you know it's being observed. So you knowing that, what if nobody knew for sure whether or not it was being recorded, and then you measured how the outcome was affected by adding that piece of uncertainty of knowing that the scientists knew that they did not know whether or not it was being recorded, so they did not know whether or not it was being observed while they were um, observing data that was generated from what was or wasn't being observed. Anyway, I'm not a scientist. So the angel's special sauce is no thing. Everyone assumes when they're good at this thing or that thing that their special sauce is this thing or that thing. And then they try to make them be this thing or that thing. And We're all angels, which means that the second that you're good at any one thing, somebody else tries to profit from it and say that that's your thing. And you have to be the one to push back and say, no, there is no one thing that is my thing. And when I settle on a thing, I'll settle on it. And when I decide to stop settling on that thing, I will do so as my conscience dictates. Let your conscience be your guide. But most people are just worried about food and shelter, and they will do whatever they're sort of good at as long as it puts food on the table, as long as it pays the bills, as long as it puts a roof over their head. So a lot of people go with the first talent that they're forced to do so that they don't die. Most people on earth with opposable thumbs spend their entire life doing the first, second, or third thing that they did every day so that they wouldn't die, so that they wouldn't starve to death, so that they wouldn't freeze to death. Most humans do the same thing 5 days a week for their entire life for food and shelter. And they might not even be particularly good at it. It might be something that anybody can do. We want all the garbage men to love being garbage men. We want all the teachers to love being teachers because then they have that thing at timestamp 1958, that special sauce that isn't fireman, policeman, or motherfucking hustler. It's the spirit of no thing, the spirit of wanting to continue to know what else we can be good at. Never settle. And again, it's written in my book, Set in Our Waves, because when you know something can be done inefficiently and you see it done inefficiently, you can't help but wish for it to be done efficiently instead. Some people might spend time around an angel and say, "You make me a better person." And then there's other people that might not want to spend time around an angel because they don't want to be a better person, or they don't want to be reminded that they don't feel like being a better person right now. They haven't reached their bottom yet, or they're sideways, or they're diagonal, or they're crooks, crossing, cross, crossroads.
うん
An INFJ might go to a friend's house and say, dude, you got a messy room. And they might be like, dude, your room is messier than mine. And then you could be like, yeah, but I can sense everything going on in that room. And you might be right. Somebody else might lose stuff all the time and have a messy room. And you might have a messy room, and it might be a method to your madness. So it becomes a case of do as I say, not as I do with angels, because it's difficult to understand. It's like not having to take pre-algebra because you already know algebra 2 and you just have to go through the paces, but you don't have to go through all the paces. You can just start with algebra 1. If you already took algebra 2 in 8th grade, you can start with algebra 1 in high school. You don't need to take pre-algebra. But if you want a college degree, you need to take Math 100 every time, all day, every day, Math 100. If a train is going 500 miles per hour southwest at 14 knots in the springtime when the butterflies are out and a frog jumps 3 times, how many box fans will it take to cool off the wet jacket? Question mark. Multiple choice questions are terrible learning tools because they give you 3 wrong answers and 1 correct answer, and they put all 4 of those pictures in your mind. So you actually, it would be like if you needed a knife to cut vegetables and somebody handed you 4 dog turds and 1 knife. You'd be like, not only are the other 3 items irrelevant, they're offensive. So using a multiple choice question as a learning tool is really just a gotcha trick, fish in a barrel situation, because they're trying to see whether or not you recognize the exact lines and curves, the exact spells, the exact witchcraft, the exact language spelling that's used to describe a specific concept. So the multiple choice question is less and less and completely 0% about learning and 100% about learning a specific phrase or a specific way to talk about Thomas Edison or a butterfly's life cycle. But that doesn't matter. As long as it involves 3 wrong answers and 1 right answer, you're putting 4 pieces of information in your brain, and 3 of them are not only irrelevant, they're offensive. Just like if someone asked you for a kitchen knife to cut up vegetables and someone handed you 3 dog turds and a kitchen knife. So multiple choice questions will be banned in the neutral nation unless all multiple choice questions have at least 72 choices. Any multiple choice question is required to have at least 72 possible answers. And the question will be, are they all the same or is one of them different? And they will have to go through all 72 answers and find out whether each and every single one of them basically means the same thing in spirit and sentiment, or whether one of these things is not like the other. Speaking of such, I have before me 9 $1 bills and 1 $10 bill. All of them are pieces of paper. The $10 bill isn't worth anything more than any of the $1 bills are. So at face value, prima facie, the 9 $1 bills could do more good for society than the 1 $10 bill. The only difference is the $10 bill has a 1 0 and the $1 bills just has a 1. Otherwise, these pieces of paper are identical. It would take the same amount of time to burn a $10 bill as it would to burn a $1 bill. It would take the same amount of time to rip up a $10 bill as it would to spend a $1 bill. It would take the same amount of time to feed the bill into a machine or hand it to a cashier if it was a $10 bill or a $1 bill. The only difference is the ink on the paper. The only difference is the ink on the paper, and there's not even a different amount of ink. The ink depicts different language, different artwork. So if you had a multiple choice question and someone said, which piece of paper do you want? And it had 4 choices. And you said, I'm a smart little boy. And you chose the $10 bill and discarded the $1 bills. What would you be? Would you be smart? Would you be savvy? Or would you be somebody that learned the correct language to describe a concept, the right hoop to put the ball in? Ninety percent of all the money, all the fiat currency, all the cash on earth is digital. 90% of all the money on earth isn't paper money. It's digital zeros and ones on a computer. And when I say the $10 bill and a $1 bill have the same exact value, but when you say that a bunch of zeros and ones on a computer that people keep track of in your bank account or at the IRS or a debt collector at the electric bill, when you say that their little ledger, their little Black Mirror application is valid, it's because you thought you had to choose A, B, C, or D, but you don't. You don't have to choose anything. You could choose no thing. You could choose nothing. You could choose all possibilities. You could choose wait and see. You could choose abstain. You could choose do not participate. It's the way we've always done it. It's the way it's always been done. Our fathers, fuck Lieutenant Dan's legs. Fuck Lieutenant Dan's legs up his ass. Nobody gives a fuck about Lieutenant Dan's legacy of dying in wars because his dad died in wars, because his dad's dad died in wars. You can't eat without language. You can't eat without money. You can't order a cheeseburger without language. You can't order a cheeseburger without money. This is America. Speak English. You have to make sure that you have the right money. You have to make sure you have the right language. Is your language or your money influential? Or when you speak your French or Spanish in the heartland, does it fall upon deaf ears? Question mark. So an INFJ might be friends with some dude and they might trust them enough to go into their home because they think they're not going to judge them for having a dirty room. And they might still judge them for having a dirty room. And they might be like, hey, I thought you were understanding. I thought you were understanding. I don't know who you are anymore. I thought you were a nice person that turned a blind eye to my infractions and took things with a grain of salt and had a wait and see attitude. How are you suddenly holding me accountable? Question mark. The honeymoon's over. So that's the waiting game of the angel INFJ. We can only abstain for so long before we have to get involved. And then when we get involved, people are either happy or mad that we got involved, or maybe both, or a mixture of the two. But we're always ready to get involved. We always want to get involved. We just know that sometimes when we get involved, Mr. Bigglesworth gets angry. Mr. Bigglesworth gets upset. Don't shoot the messenger. But furthermore, it's seen as hypocrisy. Do as I say, not as I do. Both having messy rooms, telling somebody else clearly your messy room is indicative of you having a messy life and a messy process in general. And my messy room is because I'm constantly putting things back where they go. And then the second I put it back where it goes, I have to go get it again. So I build my systems around the fact that it's constantly going to be turned in and out and into sauerkraut all the time. So it's a clean mess. Just like in Spy Kids, they had clean dirt because God forbid a child actor gets dirt in their mouth and then sues Universal Studios for a whole bunch of money. So they had to have clean dirt in case anybody got it in any of their orifices, like their eyeball, so that they couldn't get sued because it was clinically tested and patented, and it cost $1,000 per square yard for that clean dirt for Spy Kids movie. Conversely, uh, an INTJ ABCDEFG angel might seem like a hot mess, or as previously stated in text or writing, may look like a mark or a patsy, or look like someone that's just looking to be put to work. So, since we might be ready to take on anything, everyone else first impressions are lasting impressions. And if everyone else is looking for attention for their thing and you enter the room and you're just happy to be on the team and you're just open minded, then other people will fill in the blanks and everybody will assume that you want to do their thing. So everybody will assume that naturally you have a messy room too because they have a messy room. People presume because you have one thing in common, you have other things in common, and then it leads to disappointment, misconceptions, conflicts that didn't need to take place because when you assume, you make an ass out of yourself, and then you make an ass out of me too because I wouldn't have even shown up if I known your true intentions. So it's like an angel is constantly inviting everyone else into their home mind wise, and everyone else is staying closed minded and they really like the open mindedness when it's not them. But then when other people get a sense of their mind, they get insecure. But if it's just Joe Blow down the street or Sally Sue that they used to know, it's no big deal. It's nothing to get their panties in a bunch or go tame a shrew. But a surf or an urchin or a goat or a sheep can automatically sense, even if they don't fully understand it, when somebody gets the joke that nobody else gets, or when somebody else sees through the bullshit. Your opinion carries more weight with them. So sometimes, if you tell your friend that they have a messy room, they might say they can't be friends with you anymore because they fear about any other doors you might open that they aren't ready to have opened yet or don't want to be challenged. So it's a classic case of it's not you, it's me on the part of the surf urchin goat sheep because they need some time and space to be alone so that they can figure out whether or not they can handle any more constructive criticism, upon which an angel unleashes upon themselves constantly and without fail. So unleashing constructive criticism upon others is like taking a breath or a footstep to an angel. And when others are so dismayed by the slightest compliment or criticism affecting their mood significantly, it brings an angel to their knees walking on eggshells, not knowing whether this is heaven or this is hell. Sometimes a regular person will get comfortable with an angel and then be around mixed company and say, do the thing. They'll be around mixed company and they'll expect behavior that's done in confidence to be replicated in mixed company, or they have some unwritten, unspoken expectation of you to have their back in certain situations that may or may not have applied, or you may have turned a blind eye, given a grain of salt, or given some slack, and you may have to take it back in mixed company, and that may be a rude awakening for them. So they may think that you're a turncoat, or that you've changed or changed your mind about them, or that you're retaliating for something they did, or that you decided that you want to be hurtful towards them. And all you really did was, well, push came to shove. All you really did was they didn't directly ask you your opinion. You didn't correct them when they did something improper. So it's very important that you always uphold your own code of ethics, and you never give anybody slack, and you never give anybody a grain of salt ever, and you always follow all of your rules. Otherwise, there's no point in having rules. And if you can't have compliance for your rules, then there must be an explanation for that. If you stand by your virtues and principles, then you have to reject stupid behavior and praise good behavior all the time, even when you're just getting to know somebody, even if you know they're going to get upset and unfriend you, even if you need them to give you a ride to the store. You have to care more about being yourself and giving credit where credit is due, even if it's bad credit or extra credit. That has to matter more than whether or not you still have a ride to the store or whether or not you can't be friends anymore because they got upset because you corrected them. You have to care much more about the virtues and principles which you take with you after you die than whether or not some guy is going to be pissed off at you for 2 months and it's never going to affect you financially or physically, and it's not going to have a significant outcome in your life. A simple case of that was then and this is now that confuses people, that doesn't need to happen in the first place if you don't create the narc when in private. Treat all of your interactions as if they're the same. You have to have a limbo stick for life. You can't have a separate limbo stick for Tom, Dick, and Harry, and then have a different limbo stick for Larry, Curly, and Moe, and then have a different limbo stick for ladies and a different limbo stick for men. Obviously, if men want to pee standing up, they're more than welcome to, but men can also go pee when they're sitting down on the toilet. And we can redesign bathrooms so that it's impossible to stand up when you're near the toilet area and force all men to sit down when they're peeing if we want to. We could mandate that by law. We already make people stop at stop signs and drive on the right side of the road and no shirt, no shoes, no service. It's not that far of a stretch. They have cars that auto brake. We need to go with my other plan. All you have to do is hook all the smart cars and cars that have computers up to a system that makes it so that they can't go faster than the speed limit wherever they are all the time. Then there'll be no speeding, then there'll be less crashes and less injuries. And then the insurance companies will say that the government charged them a bunch of money in order to subsidize the equipment and technology in order to do that, and then everybody's insurance premiums for their car insurance will actually go up instead of going down, which is the problem with the neckbeard caveman worshiping usury, tyranny, greed, and evil. Because the moment I come up with a solution, I also come up with how they're going to use the solution to propagate the problem. Because the moment I come up with the solution, I also acknowledge and realize the way that the neckbeard caveman can use the solution to propagate the problem. As Google and Alphabet voice typing craps out, Google and Alphabet engineers, programmers, and coders like to put dog turds in their mouth and teeth on them and suck on them like they're Werther's original candies, and then they kiss each other on the mouth with their dog shit lipstick covered lips. All Google and Alphabet engineers, programmers, and coders have to wear adult diapers because they're required from the company to drink five-hour energy drinks at the beginning of their shift and down nothing but Monster energy drinks all day long and eat beef jerky and pork rinds. This has led to an increase in price for Depends brand adult undergarments nationwide, which has sustained the price at $2 above market value for the last 4 years due to the chronic diarrhea problems of Google Alphabet programmers, coders, and engineers. This interruption was brought to you by Google and Alphabet's inability to market a $50 budget clearance smartphone that's fit for a particular purpose, a Motorola G Play 2023 that was manufactured a year ago that isn't fit for a particular purpose, mainly dictating text into a word processing document, which is rudimentarily the most simplistic task you could give a smartphone on the planet. And it can't even do that. So that would be as if you gave your daughter a horse for her birthday and the horse had a broken leg. It would be like making the Celeron processor just so that you could sell the Pentium 4 processor at a higher price point. It's causing a problem so that you can cause the solution. The smartphone is the best selling consumer device in Earth history, and there's still no proper path for disposal that is not a burden to the public. The burden is on you to take your lithium ion battery containing fire hazard to the transfer station and pay $10 to $30 to have it properly sold to third parties and then sold to third world countries to be picked apart and mined for a profit, a very small profit, which in a third country translates to a very large profit because a dollar in the United States is worth $100 in some third world country where they don't even have running water. And yet, in that third world country, they might wipe their ass with $100 bill because it's not worth anything in their country, or perhaps because it's not recognized. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. I'm sorry, what were we saying? I got triggered by Google and Alphabet's inability to not manufacture smartphones that were obsolete before I took them out of the package. Corporate governance is a must. So let's go over the point again by scratch. We could, with the technology in cars nowadays, Snapshot from Progressive can tell when you're hard braking. If Snapshot from Progressive can tell that you're hard braking, and if there's cars that have auto braking when you're backing up and they sense an obstruction, then we could simply design all the vehicles and design all the roads and design all of the speed limit signs to communicate with each other and make it so that cars had governors on them, like a go-kart at Funtown, and couldn't go above the speed limit in areas where the posted speed limit had the technology installed to automatically cause cars to slow down to the speed limit whenever they enter those zones. If they've got self-driving cars, how do you think those cars know how to go the speed limit, you dumb fucking pieces of shit? If they have self-driving cars and Google cars that drive around by themselves the entire heartland, how do you think they know how to go to the speed limit, you dumb fucking piece of shit? Because they know the speed limit, so they go the speed limit. So if a self-driving car can do it, then a person in a car can do it too. And then there would be no speeding, problem solved. So we could just do that and call it done. But as I said, every solution has an equal and opposite problem with the neckbeard caveman. So the neckbeard caveman would say, well, that's a great solution, Trent, but it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost a lot of money. And then it's going to have the technology is going to have to be patented. The technology is going to have to be produced by a company, and the company is going to have to be regulated, and there's going to have to be code that's inspected, and there's going to have to be privacy and security concerns. And all that's going to cost so much money. Instead of making the roads safer and making sure that there's less car accidents and less physical injuries due to automobiles, it will actually lead to more problems because Congress will have to debate over whether or not they're going to pass a bill that allows the legislation, that allows the technology to improve the existing technology that already exists. The insurance companies will whine and cry. There's still telephone lines. I'm streaming on DSL right now. They should have ripped out the phone lines 15, 20 years ago. They strung up the fiber. We've had cable for decades. They should have tore down the telephone wires a long time ago, but they don't, because they still can squeeze a little dollar out of them. So anyway, if we made technology that made all of the cars go the speed limit, then things would be safer. So rather than just do that and focus, keep our eye on the prize and focus on the solution, which is make all the cars go the speed limit, just like a self-driving car or the Google car does. Just make them all go the speed limit, and then we don't have to worry about whether or not anybody's speeding, and then move on to the hoverboards. We can't do that because everyone wants to know, well, who made the technology that successfully made it so that all the cars would go the speed limit? Well, what tax dollars paid to fund the programs that developed the technology that successfully made sure all the cars go the speed limit? Or my my phone can tell you when you're going over the speed limit and beep. Um, and all the cars have phones built into them now. It's simple. Just make all the cars go the speed limit, and don't just slam on the brakes. Gradually reduce speed to the speed limit. Allow the driver to override it with their own gas pedal, and end of story. The national debt's $31.4 trillion. The national debt is $31.4 trillion. When I was born, it was less than $1 trillion. I want to know what I got for my money. I want to know what I got for being held hostage by the Federal Reserve Bank and the International Monetary Fund. I want to know what I got for all that money out in my name. I want to know what money is. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know what money is. What is it? What is it? It's linen. It's cotton. It's ink. It's useless. You can't eat money. Uh, Sometimes, oh, I already did this analogy more than a year ago. Okay, so imagine there's like this dude that was going to beat you up after school, and you thought, hey, if I invite Brad to go play soccer with me after school, Brad will be with me when I run into the bully that wants to beat me up. And then maybe Brad being there will affect the outcome. But what if you don't tell Brad that that's what you're planning on doing? And then when you show up and the bully is confused but still is aggressive towards you, and you're like, book 'em, Dano. You're like, sick 'em, boy. Lassie, Timmy, Noel. When you expect your angel to swoop down and come to your rescue, they might do so if they genuinely thought that it was a unforced error. But if the angel senses that you were an angel prefers to be utilized properly, not to be used. If an angel senses that you don't say, if you don't immediately step aside and say, well, this guy said he was going to beat me up, and I'm sorry, but I brought you with because I was afraid that he was going to beat me up, and sorry. If you said that, you could bail out the last second, and maybe the angel might show you mercy. But if the angel senses that you tried to use them as a tool, as a hammer, or trying to take advantage of them, that's a very high insult. Taking weakness for kindness is like a Chris Rock slap in the face. You see, in the physical earth world, people value dollar bills or blocks of gold. And in the mental, spiritual world, what's actually valuable is esoteric currency, good mentalities, good virtues and principles. So when an angel finds out that not only are you a self-centered opportunist, but that you might also uh, engage in a ruse to deceive somebody into not realizing that you wanted to utilize their gift and talent for your purpose and arrange a situation in which they were made an offer they couldn't refuse because they were already in a situation they didn't know they were going to be in. And when you go through a lot of trouble to trick an angel in order to take advantage of them, it's not like tricking a serf or an urchin or a sheep or a goat. They take offense and they don't get over it. And then when the angel says, well, you do have a dirty room, or when an angel doesn't confront the bully for you, or when the angel doesn't put your aunt or grandmother in your place because you knew that you both felt the same way about something, and you thought if you brought it up in front of auntie or grandma, that the angel would reiterate the point that they made to you in private. And when they don't um, bark on command, you get flustered and confused. And if you force the issue, then the angel will simply demolish the bond that you had built because it value the value is in the virtue and the principles. So there really is no point to any physical interactions with any person, place, or thing if it means the angel harm. And the only way you can avoid meaning an angel harm is by not tricking them, not deceiving them. You can physically assault an angel, or you can refrain from physically assaulting an angel, but the moment that you let them know that you think you can deceive them, then maybe you can. And perhaps angels can be deceived, but it takes great effort. But disappointing an angel with your behavior in general is different from disappointing an angel by attempting to trick them into being awesome for your benefit. Now, scale that up to we are all angel demons. So technically, we are all potentially angels. And the neckbeard caveman all are using us as a patsy to confront their bully. They're all using us as a patsy to tell auntie and grandma which church they need to quit or which church they need to go to. So every corporatocracy, every government, every strongman, every powers that be is just some asshole that wants you to take out the trash for them. It's just some jerk that wants you to take care of their dirty work for them because they know you can. They know you're worth it. They're encouraging you, they're begging you, they're giving you incentives. So all the conflicts on Earth are sustained simply by a bunch of neckbeard cavemen that want to have their cake and eat it too. But I have a different perspective because just because I like a Twinkie or Chinese food doesn't mean I'm going to go out and get a Twinkie or Chinese food. If one comes along, that's delicious. But if I don't have a Twinkie or Chinese food for the rest of my life, I'll be just fine. I don't need to regularly have a Twinkie or Chinese food in order to feel adequate. And there are other people that are addicted to specific things. I like clean clothes and being showered daily. There are other people that are attached to products and services more and more, 10,000 things. Every day they have to put the lotion on their skin or else they get the hose again mentally. In their mind, they're going to get the hose again if they don't put on that lotion. The oil of Olay. And what if the angel What if the angel doesn't say anything about the dirty room or says, no, it's all right, it's okay? What if the angel confronts the bully and scares him away? What if the angel puts Auntie or Grandma in the place exactly as you thought they would, but they do so without emotion, or they do so in a deliberately disingenuous way, and Auntie or Grandma can tell, and then you're caught in the center where you technically got them to do what you wanted them to do, but now they're friends with the bully, and they're friends with Auntie and Grandma because they had better intellect than you did. And you end up being the bully. You end up being the butt of the joke because you try to take advantage of someone with a higher intellect than you and got torn asunder. Okay, scale that up. If we're all angels and we all take care of other people's lives and we all correct other people's aunts and grandmothers, then we're all prostitutes. But whose prostitutes are we? Who is our pimp? Our pimp is the government. Our pimp is anybody that would dare tell us what to do with our bodies or our minds. It's a pie for a rye. It's a jam for a yam. It is need and address. It is need and address. No more sanctioned scarcity. No more planned obsolescence. It is need and it is address. Anything else is bunk. Anything else is an excuse. No more using fictitious fiat currency as an excuse to not prevent preventable suffering of all persons on earth with opposable thumbs. So when you read the Bible and it says turn the other cheek, you just remember if one angel turns the other cheek, they can end up having to fight somebody else's arguments all the time, or physically fight other people's demons all the time, or to have to sit in a smelly bedroom that smells like dirty diapers and feces and piss and reeks of garbage and moldy food. And simply because you didn't nip it in the bud, you have to keep chewing that cud. So nip it in the bud so you don't end up having to chew somebody else's cud for 6 or 7 eons. Unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where everyone on earth with opposable thumbs has turned the other cheek to the pimp. So everyone are prostitutes. And the pimp doesn't even really engage with the prostitutes anymore. So we just engage in cowboys, Indians, cops, and robbers style playtime theater with each other, where we pretend to be each other's pimps and pretend to be each other's prostitutes in subtle ways, and we just call it jobs. Guess what? Your manager and your supervisor is the pimp, and you're the prostitute. And I don't have to remind you that prostitution involves more than sensual intimacy. Prostitution involves anything you do with your body that you wouldn't otherwise want to do in exchange for an asset or an influence. Prostitution is defined as anything you do with your body that you wouldn't otherwise choose to do so anything at all that you do with your body that you wouldn't have otherwise chosen to do that you do specifically to obtain fiat currency so that you can achieve food and shelter, so that you can have 3 hots and a cot, so that you can keep a roof over your head, so that you can have a warm, dry bed, a full belly, and a safe place to contemplate and pee that is private, so you can pursue fulfillment and satisfaction using your gifts and talents, so that you can have mystery and wonder in your life. All of this and more can be yours for the low, low price of fiat currency, for the low, low price of a witchcraft instrument that officiates the exchange of all asset and all influence on the earth, that is controlled by a small group of men, a small group of men, a small group of men, a small group of men. So now we all fight other people's bullies and we all argue with other people's aunts and grandmothers. We all wipe other people's asses. It's like a really big circle jerk, but it just involves more than sensual intimacy. It involves every facet and every orifice of your daily life: your shampoo, your conditioner, your vacuum, your oven, your pair of sneakers, your new tires, your trip to Aruba, your vacation to Thailand, traveling on business. You've never been to Zimbabwe, make sure you take your shots. Sometimes a regular person mistakes an angel as what is called a yes man, thinking that they're saying yes to them specifically, but the angel is simply able to say yes to many things. And people are so narcissistic that they just assume because they say yes to them that they're saying yes to only them. Oftentimes, an angel has an esoteric concept that doesn't have words for, and then they don't get to talk to anybody about the concept because nobody understands the concept. And even when they go through physical experiences that involve the concept, they don't understand the concept, they only understand the experiences. So even when an angel tries to relate to a human or a person with opposable thumbs that isn't as spiritually abled as them, they still have to they have to when in Rome, they have to sink down to their level. They have to use the physical circumstantial information in order to express the way that they're attempting to relate to them, which can often give them the mistaken impression, celebrities, they're just like us. Nobody is exalting angels, and nobody is exalting people for being stupid either. If everybody could be smart, then everybody could be angels, and then we could just call them people. But as long as there's neckbeard cavemen that are going to intentionally make people stupid so that they can call the people that they control smart, even though they're not smart because they're fed everything from a teleprompter, it leaves the angels, or the people that are actually inherently wise and intelligent, to just shake my head, shake my head. Unfortunately, when an angel tries to get a point across by using an allegory or an analogy or painting a picture or using a fable, or in many cases, learning from another person's personal experience with a circumstance or situation or interaction, or with physical objects or rituals or spells, oftentimes a person might get the mistaken impression that the angel is endorsing X, I, or G circumstance or behavior, or that the angel is uh, endorsing or tolerating specific methods, or that giving someone credit. But in reality, it's just a bridge word. Words are just bridge words. Yeah, but you could just. 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 It's always on the tip of the angel's tongue. An angel can offer advice that's tailor custom to a sheep, urchin, goat, serf. And that's the problem, because the angel knows that an idiot isn't going to take the smart advice. So sometimes an angel knows to only offer the mid-grade mom answer. The mid-grade mom answer is a hedge bet, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, bridge word. It's a way of saying, well, you can't be awesome, but you could be better than you're being currently right now. Like, if you tell somebody maybe they should quit smoking cigarettes while they're on oxygen with emphysema, and they're like, but, 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 you can't really say anything to a person that smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day while they're on oxygen with emphysema. You can't really say anything to them. Obviously, everyone else has already said you should quit smoking. Obviously, it's led to emphysema. You can't reason with the person that can't be reasoned with, so there's really no point in trying. But that doesn't mean that you have to resent them. You can just move on to something that you can change about them. Everybody has one of their toes stuck in a specific type of mud. And if you can't get them to get themselves out of it, you just can't get them out of it. Everyone has to get their own toe out of their mud. So rather than be frustrated that you can't help someone in the specific way that you see that they would be helped, you can just be supportive of them. Just watch and be mindful. You can wish for them to not smoke cigarettes, or wish for their doctor to continue to discourage them from smoking cigarettes, or you could uh, act offended to the cigarette smoke so that they're less likely to smoke a cigarette in your presence, but do so in a neutral way that is not like you have to get angry and leave the room when they light up a cigarette, but that you're like, yeah, that's making my eyes burn, and then continue on with your conversation and just gently discourage them until they naturally don't smoke a cigarette around you. Be a good influence on a person, despite the fact that you can't just skip the line like Not Another Teen Movie at the airport and tell them, I bet if you quit smoking, you wouldn't die of emphysema quite as soon. So yes, sometimes the simplest solution is the one solution that there's no point in mentioning because they've heard it all before and they're not going to take that path. Just like the potholes and the cigarette butts are the speed limit signs, just like the national debt, just like need and address. You can't have a lemonade stand or a yard sale all year. When you get to $1,000, you need to file that with the IRS. You can't grow a tobacco plant in your backyard. You have to be licensed to grow tobacco. You're told what to think. You're told what to dress. You're told how to walk. You're told where to step. You can't think without money. You can't feel without fiat currency. Mm. When I was on walk Wednesday, all the ladies were talking and I was walking, and they were talking about a restaurant and they weren't sure about the name or what they served or something. And one of them said, "Hey, maybe Trent knows. Trent, do you know so and such restaurant? Have you been to so and such restaurant?" And I'm thinking to myself, I don't ever go out to eat. I haven't expressed an interest in going to restaurants. Most of the people on the walk live in the area and are free to go to any restaurants anytime they want. I haven't been to La Cucina Rustica. I haven't recently been to the Rockland Cafe to get their sawed in half chicken patty, Caesar chicken wrap, sawed in half frozen chicken patty in a flour tortilla wrap with mayonnaise and lettuce, Caesar chicken wrap. The last time I went to the Rockland Cafe, they had one thing that I wanted: scallops. I ordered the scallops. The chicken wrap came from my girlfriend. Later on, they told me that they were actually out of scallops and I just didn't have anything. Anyway, I don't go out to eat. It's difficult when you're a vegetarian, and I don't go out to eat because it costs too much, and I don't go out to eat because it costs too much, and I don't go out to eat because it costs too much. If I had unlimited funds, if money were no object, I would go to every single restaurant at least once for the experience to say that I did. And we should all go to every single restaurant in our city at least once for the experience to say that we did. At the very least, every community member in their community should dine at every single restaurant in their community at least once just to say that they did. In fact, all townships and municipalities should be required to give all citizens a free coupon to eat one time at every single restaurant in their community. And then the coupon is relinquished. They can say they went to the restaurant in their town. And then when new people come to the town, they can say, "Hey, have you been to La Cucina Rustica? Is it good?" And you can say, "Why, yes, it was. I had the fish. It smelled like fish." Even though I live in a harbor city and it should have smelled fresh and delicious. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that the ladies said, "Hey, let's ask Trent. Maybe he knows. Hey, have you been to this restaurant?" And they were just asking me because I was another person that they could ask about that. It's not like guys are more likely to go out. It's not like because I lived in the city where the restaurant was that I was more likely to have been there. It's not like they thought that type of food was something that I was particularly interested in. I was just another person, and they said, "Hey, let's ask Trent. Maybe he knows." I didn't take offense to being asked. I didn't feel like I should have known the answer. I didn't feel inadequate because I had no idea what they were talking about or what the restaurant was. They asked, I said, I don't know. They moved on. So sometimes when you're ready to help in any situation and people personalize it, sometimes people don't realize that we're a jack of all trades and they think we're a jack of a specific trade. And then when they try to tout an angel as a jack of a specific trade, we take offense to that because that's collapsing the wave. But it's okay if you just say, hey, could you help me change this tire or help me bake this cake? But it's the act of presuming what the only thing that's right up an angel's alley is no thing. The only thing that's right up an angel alley is all possibilities. And anytime you imply that an angel has a speciality other than all possibilities, it's like a panic button. It's like a red button. It needs to be corrected with prejudice. Break angrily, Kenny. Break angrily, Kenny. Set the record straight. Keep the record straight. You're not a jack of jacks. You're not a jack of queens. You're not a jack of kings. You're a jack of no thing. So when someone tries to pigeonhole you, you tell them, maybe I aren't and maybe I isn't. Maybe I tie knots and maybe rope. Because the angel is trying to do good and not trying to do good at a particular thing, friend A might be helped on day one, and then friend B might be helped on day two, and then friend A might be like, hey, I thought you were helping me, not friend B. But it's okay to help friend A and friend B. People get possessive. Otherwise, sometimes people think that, is that your special bush? Is this your special bush? They want you to draw them like your French girls. They thought there was something special. They thought they sense the magic of no thing. They sense the magic of jack of all trades, but they want to believe that it it fell in love with your trade, with your Callahan name. And then when you find out that you're not boyfriend girlfriend with the angel mentally. When you find out that they really want to assist all persons on earth with opposable thumbs and not just you, you it's your party and you cry if you want to. You can't have your cake and eat it too. An angel can't assist all persons on earth and also just assist you. Uh, Sometimes when somebody's going through a hard time because they just had a breakup or a fender bender or they got fired from their job, you might say, well, one time I had a breakup or I had a fender bender or I got fired from my job. And the person might humanize you and you might goad them into humanizing you by sinking down to their level. You could just give stoic advice. You don't have to personalize it by telling them how you went through similar experiences. But there's two different things going on. There's people make mistakes and learn from them. And then there's that thing where if you say that you got fired or had a breakup or had a fender bender too, that somehow there's something there. Someone knows what that is. They pointed it out to me. The need to, when someone explains something and you feel the need to relate, what is that? If somebody says, I just had a bad breakup, they don't want to hear you say, well, let me tell you about the bad breakup that I had 5 years ago. If somebody has a fender bender, they don't want to hear about you say, well, let me tell you about the fender bender that I had 5 years ago. If somebody gets fired from their job, they don't want to hear you talk about the time that you got fired from your job 5 years ago. So a person might think to the angel, wow, this person really understands me just because they had correspondence to draw from to relate to them about a specific subject. And then the person might say, yeah, this is the person, you know what it's like. You know what it's like. Black actors, you know what it's like. You've been through a bad breakup and been fired and been in a fender bender too. You explained it to me. So they take your allegories and your stories and they turn it into something that it's not. They turn it into some sort of a blood brothers situation instead of just looking at it from the perspective of it was a moral that happened to be black, that happened to be Colin Powell, that happened to be George Carlin. It was a moral that was wrapped around an allegory of a real life experience that doesn't even need to be real. It doesn't even need to be true. Comedians all the time will tell stories that may or may not be true just because they're funny. Comedians will tell stories about getting a coffee at a coffee shop and it could be 100% fictitious, made up. And you might embellish your own facts or you might reserve some facts when you're discussing your personal breakup story or fender bender story or getting fired story. But the to the person going through the experience, they're coping with the experience. And to the angel, you're simply trying to be a teacher and be supportive of other people. But if other people don't see it that way, they don't realize that your analogies and your stories, that the moral is the head of that animal. They think that you're literally saying, yes, breakups and getting fired and fender benders are terrible, and let's all trauma bond about that. And then everyone thinks, oh, we understand each other because we've both been through trauma. Uh, Google and Alphabet are chopping up what I'm saying and taking sentences out and pieces and picking things apart. All Google and Alphabet employees like to put dog turds in their mouths and teeth on them like they're hard candy, and then they kiss each other on their mouths with their dog shit lipstick covered mouths, lips, and they like to discuss what kind of dog food they think that the dog might have eaten while they're teething on the dog turds. Also, all Google and Alphabet programmers, coders, and engineers are required to wear adult diapers at all time because they're also required to drink five-hour energy drinks at the beginning of their shift and pound Monster energy drink constantly and eat nothing but pork rinds and vegetarian beef jerky. There's a handle you can pull in the bathroom where a red light can come on, and there's hospital staff on site at all times in case a hard stool causes anal bleeding. For Google programmers, engineers, and coders that cannot seem to design any software to run on this phone that's fit for a particular purpose to the point where it detracts from my ability to learn, teach, and document knowledge. Ironically, oftentimes when I stop to chastise a behemoth corporatocracy apparatus that is Alphabet and Google, they transcribe what I say about them in perfect English. What is the purpose of saying you have braces, I have braces too? Is it an insult? If someone says, "I just had a bad breakup," and you wanna talk about your bad breakup, that's like saying, "Hey, let's stop hogging all the bad breakup energy. We have all had bad breakups, but we don't all brag about it. A bear shits in the woods, but they don't." Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one and yours stinks. Sometimes a person might think that you shared your story about the breakup or the fender bender or the getting fired because you got fired last week and you're going to get fired next week, and you have breakups all the time and you have fender benders quite regularly, when in reality you might have just been talking about something that's in the past that you've moved on from. And they might think you're trying to compete with them about messing up energy, or they might think that you're trying to relate to them in a way that involves justifying coping with bad circumstances, when in reality, you're just giving an analogy of bad circumstances and implying that they shouldn't be bad. You should keep them good and not do the bad thing. It's week 41, I swear. These are just recent pre-records. If I started from the bottom, I would be here until I was the year 730. And still we will try. YouTube Studio is so incompetent. If I unplugged my camera and plugged it back in, the preview would stay black for the remainder of the stream, even though the camera would resume. Plus, pointless software. Lunch break. It is 11:39. It is 11:39 in the dawn on October 7th, 2024. As the John Oliver, Mickey Mouse, Goofy noises whiz by a busy street adjacent to my area in the city. Enjoy water. It's raspberry, Wally.
Alert. Charlie, what's Wally? Scared me, Wally. You scared me. Snake. Snake.
Oh no, I have raspberry seeds stuck in my teeth. Can you make the raspberries without seeds? Can you make the watermelon without? Can you make the seedless watermelon without seeds? I'd really like to have watermelon. But I can't bring myself to eat. Can you bring me a watermelon without seeds in it, please? I can't bring myself to eat a thing that's called a seedless watermelon that contains seeds. It insults my intelligence. You could call it a white seed watermelon. And again, I'm quite upset that honey has to have a phrase that says contains added sugar, but yet companies are allowed to sell Rebiana erythritol and dextrose. Rebiana erythritol and dextrose were the first ingredient on several products that were marketed as stevia, which is a totally different sweetener. And that's false advertising. If I order a cheeseburger and you hand me a chicken burger and try to argue semantics with me, I would tell you to go fuck yourself. So when you tell me that a product is stevia and it's really dextrose or erythritol or Rebiana, that's false advertising, that's lying, that's deceptive marketing practices. We don't allow that stuff to fly anywhere else. No rotten acorns, no rotten chestnuts. Nobody's going to accept a rotten acorn or rotten chestnut with the same value as a fresh chestnut or a fresh acorn. The only thing you can do with a rotten acorn or a rotten chestnut is use it as fertilizer. And that's just worth like 1/100th of what a fresh acorn or fresh chestnut is worth based on actual value and not how you say semantics. $10 bill, $1 bill, both equal same thing. $10 bill, $1 bill, now equal different thing. Ugh, you can save 15% or more on your is the word epiphany from the Simpsons movie. Is that the thing that Homer Simpson's had in the Simpsons movie? Did he have an epiphany? Imagine 300 years from now when the word for epiphany is just drawing a down-facing oval with a squiggly line at the top. Guy looks thrilled. Needs work. If you play with your food and then afterwards pull rank and say that you're playing with your food, then the magic will wear off and someone could go from really liking you to really disliking you in an instant. So whenever you give anybody any amount of slack, you're dooming yourself. So take it back. Whenever you make exceptions to your rule, you're inviting a duel. If there's a method, you must defend it. If you cannot defend it, perhaps it is incorrect or counterproductive. Is there a send button in the chat? Let's just find out. If I type into the chat, there is a send button. It's just not visible when it's scrunched up to the side of the screen. Great, and now they're not. Now they're not moving in unison like they were before. Triple monarchy. They were snapped together. Shitty coding. They should have moved. When I move, you move. Yeah, just like that. And they're like, no, I'm going to be an independent Windows. Newsflash, just because I changed the volume of some random YouTube video that I'm watching doesn't mean I always want that YouTube. And all YouTube videos since then, the settings, they save versus the settings they don't save is intentionally like they go over like a fart in church. Well, that's one way to do it. Oh, so we have till June. If we're polite. I don't know. Oh, shit. Stay safe. Stay dangerous.